mic is on. To be able to possibly try to experience you and your very true. Okay. Alright, see how this goes. Hopefully there's no delay in the stream. Alright, so I'm going to continue on shimming. I think this was a little too tight, and I was about to open this up. Start a Q&A or poll. Members ask questions and weigh in on a topic. Let's see what this does. Ah, okay, cool. Hey, what's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. This is the first time. Well, I'm using a different application to live stream on Steam because what I was using before was causing me issues. So I'm trying something different and see how that goes. And right now I'm working on a customer's airsoft gun. How are you doing? Hey, Pizza Teds. Hey, Pizza Teds. When you post a minigun video, I'm actually I'm on a little bit of a snag on that right now. I'm almost done recording, but that snag is I gotta figure out why the FPS isn't increasing with the M170 springs I put in it. So I have an idea what it is, but hold on a sec. So, I think it has something to do with the Bugatti buckings that I put in it. Let's see. Got a little bit too much play on that spur gear. I don't like G&G gearboxes because I'm used to opening them up this way, and the way the screws go in these G&G gearboxes is on the other side. So, that's annoying. By the way, guys, how's the audio and the video? So I got a new camera and a new mic setup. I've also been using this camera up here for my YouTube videos as well. Just got it. It records in 4K, so pretty excited about that. So far, so good. The recordings are much better than the way I used to do it. So we add a 0.1 to this guy. So check this out, guys. I'll show you this. Oop, oh, almost dropped that. Look at the damage on that guy. I freaking love this 4K camera. So I have this. It's actually not zoomed in. I just cropped it so it appears like it's zoomed. But yeah, see this right here? This is what happens when you shim your spur gear too close to the gearbox shell and you have premature engagement. And so what happens is, I'm going to exaggerate this a little bit. When you have a premature engagement, what happens is that your gear actually torques like this. And when that happens, guess what the spur gear is doing to the shell? It's making contact with that, and it grabs a burr and whoop. Yeah. Oof. But it's all good. It's not that bad. It's just just one hellacious scratch. And you can see it on the gearbox shell as well. It's not too bad. So, but bearing's still good, surprisingly. This is the Chinese-made bearings. But yeah, I found that interesting, so I thought I'd share. I have the clutch up too high on the... Nope, I'm just being a pansy. So, I use a screw gun to put in my screws, and I put the clutch on 3 on a DeWalt. And I've never stripped out a screw doing that way. Little tip, pro tip for you guys, if you ever get into Airsoft Teching. Okay, that is perfect. We only get 0.1 to play. And She good. We still got a little bit of wobble back and forth, so there's no pressure on the inner race of the bearing. Weird, Pizza. That is weird because I've been keeping in touch with WellPro on spare parts. No, not yet. Simply, I just don't have the funds to get any more equipment because I spent the money that I had available to get this wonderful camera here and the other one for my, oh God, what is it called? I can't believe I forgot the name of it. Oh my God, it's right there. I can't remember it. My teleprompt. That's what it's called. Yeah, I have a 4K camera on my teleprompt too. Alright, pull this shim off here and put it on my tray here because the spare gear is complete. Okay, that's not gonna stay. Okay, that's gonna stay on the gear, so I don't have to worry about it falling off. Alright, so let's check this guy out to see how wibbly wobbly this bevel gear is. Oh God, that is bad. Definitely 0.5 going on there. Let's see what we got left. I think that 0.5 did it. Man, I'm a good guesser. Oh, hey, Prime Tech, my buddy old pal. It's been a while since I've streamed, huh? I decided to switch over to YouTube instead of Twitch. Because why not? I got so many subscribers on, I have way more subscribers on YouTube than it is Twitch, so I just figured, why not just stream on YouTube? And I got a lot faster internet this time, so maybe we won't have any streaming issues. Oh, and I also changed to a different app. Yeah, so this is the parts tray. This is on prototype 1, and I've already done some revisions with the guy that built this for me, Airsoft Formula. Shout out to him. And we're going to be coming out with the Wyshtech version with some changes to this guy that I was like, hey man, love your tray, but I want to make some add a few more things, and some of those things are there's going to be a box here for trigger parts because when you get ambidextrous M4s or whatever, this gets filled up pretty quick. So we're going to have a tray specifically that will have a title that says selector switch, and then another tray for body pins. Body pins was another big thing for me because, you know, especially with M4 platforms, you have at least 3. One right here, and then of course up on the front that holds the upper on. And so that's what that spot is for. And then there's going to be a slit for the selector plate because this does not have a spot for the selector plate, and I didn't like that. And yeah, it's nice that I have this right here to put the accessories on, but you know, having that magnet there is kind of nice. Same with the trigger parts, which I should put on there. I thought about doing having them add a hub parts, but anyways, the tray is going to be orange to match the Wyshtech logo, and this is also getting revisions so that you can put your version 7, version 6, SR25. It doesn't matter, and it will go in and clip. And it doesn't matter how tall this is, it will always fit. So it'll always stay up alright. Because currently this only works with version 2 and version 3 tappet plates. So if you try a version 7, for example, it won't drop down. Or if you have a proprietary tappet plate like that Spectre airsoft gun I've been working on, it doesn't fit in there too because the front of the tappet plate is, you know what I mean. Do you have the Spring GD spelling error? Yeah, yeah, Spring GD. Oh my gosh, I didn't notice that. Yep, it says Sping GD. What's a Sping? It's a part I've never heard before. Wait. Man, I forgot where I was at. Oh, did I have it perfect or what? I gotta flick it. I gotta get my pick out. Yeah. I don't think I'm gonna fit a 0.1 in there without putting pressure on those races. Yeah, that's good enough. This is not gonna be an extreme build or anything, so I'm not gonna really worry about it. This guy's running 13 to 1, or excuse me, 12 to 1 gear ratio, and it's using I think this is a 22 TPA motor. It's AOLS super high torque motor, so I'm pretty sure it's 22 TPA. And I completely forgot to get the rounds per second out of this thing, but honestly I'm not worried about it. But I think this should be shooting in the neighborhood of 25 rounds a second with that motor. So put that guy right there. All right, now what was I gonna do next? So shimming's almost done. Throw the motor in the grip here, and we'll get to seeing how the motor height is set. Hey Shark Theory, what's up, man? I observe you start with the spur shimmy. Oh, I didn't start with the spur. I've already shimmed the sector gear prior to the stream. So, any difference between the method of bevel? Any difference from the method of beveled pinion? In what way? Like how I do it? How I do beveled pinion? First things first. The first thing I do is get the motor height, or check the motor height. Mind you, before I took this thing apart, I did think the shimming was pretty damn good to begin with. So for the most part, I'm just double checking it. But so far, let me back up. The reason why I thought that was because this thing sounded really, really smooth. But upon taking it apart, the bearings fell out. They weren't even glued in. I glue in my bearings, especially if they fit in real loose, because I hate it when I go to take off the gearbox and the bearings just drop off, which tells me they're not in and staying in, and it makes it harder to shim properly. So anyways, actually didn't need to take the shim off this yet, because I was going to go right to checking motor height. So now this guy, you just need to get it close. And let's see. Yeah, it's motor height is set damn near flush. So I'm not going to worry about it. I had a feeling that it was fine. So basically, at the bottom of the, where is it? Pinion gears, there we go. Let's get a little close up so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Grab my little handy dandy pick. So you want to take your edge, your bottom edge of your pinion gear here, and when you adjust your motor height, you want the bottom edge of your pinion gear to be flush with the edge of your bevel, and in this case it is. So you don't have to have it absolutely perfect, especially if your gun's not going to be extreme. But the more you can get it on there, the more tooth-to-tooth contact you're going to have, and the smoother your rifle is going to shoot. Excuse me. All right. Oh, Prime Tech, you finally bought an SR25. What brand did you go with? What did you decide on? Start with this. I also short stroke, maybe a little over 25 rounds per second. It's never a bad idea to short stroke, especially if you know for a fact that your rounds per second is going to be over 25 rounds a second. You don't have to for 25 rounds a second. It really depends on your spring tension and your joules. For if you're like going to be at 1 joules at 25 rounds a second, you definitely want to short stroke at least one tooth, at least one. All right, so now I'm going to see how much play we have on the teeth with the pinion gear. But to do that, I'm going to run the screws down. Probably just this one and this one. I don't do all 3 of them because I've been in a little unnecessary. Back that down to 2. Okay, let's see how much wiggle we have. Oh, dude, I love it when grips go on tight on the gearbox, because then I don't have to like make sure it sits flat. So where's my pick? So we want 1 millimeter play, 0.1 millimeter play, and we have 0. So what I'm doing here is I'm spinning the gear a little bit and giving it a wiggle and feeling if there's any play between the bevel and the pinion, and there is 0, and that's not good. You don't want that. LT calls it the Battle Axe 308. Nice. It's a new release by Lasertech, cursed name, but I never had an issue with those out. Have you opened up the gearbox yet? If you do, send me some pictures, because I'm really curious. Prime Tech. So in order to answer your question, Pizza, you have to understand tappet plate timing. Tappet plate timing, knowing tappet plate timing will tell you which side you should remove off of. Because some brands put the pin on for your tappet plate on the sector gear in a different spot. SHS and Rocket, for example, are the same. Javon puts it in a different spot, so you have to remove the tooth on the front due to the fact that when your sector gear, let's grab my sector gear here. What you want is when your piston, if you're looking at your teeth, hold on. I'm gonna just do this real quick. So to properly understand tappet plate timing, stick that right there. All right. So, oh, I should probably put the piston in there too, so you have more understanding. Oops. Okay, so here comes your tappet plate pin right here, and it grabs your tappet plate and starts pulling it back, right? Okay. And now it's pulling back your piston, and the pin's still holding the tappet plate back as the piston goes back. Now the tappet plate's releasing. Now it's all the way forward, and your piston still has some teeth left over before it's released. Okay, so one issue that you can run into if you remove the tooth on one side, on the wrong side, is that when the piston releases, let's say your piston's still going and going and going, but your tappet plate starts moving back before the piston ends its stroke, like this. You see what happens? You still have air compressing while the nozzle's coming backwards, so you lose FPS. So basically what's happening is that your tappet plate's getting picked up too soon. And you want your piston to release sooner to fix that problem. And in order to do that, you have the piston release sooner before the tappet plate gets picked up. And the way I look at it is, I look at where the piston is when it's ended its stroke. Excuse me. When the piston's about to release. I'm trying to think how to put this in words. Basically, the easiest way to put it is that you want your pin close to the 6 o'clock position before your piston's released. If you still have teeth in that position, by the time that pin is close to the 5 or 6 o'clock position, actually let's go with 5 because some people will use delayer chips. If you use a delayer chip, if your pin's at the 5 o'clock position and your piston's like still a couple teeth in, and still hasn't released yet, or has 2 teeth left, you're going to want to release the teeth on the release side so that your piston releases sooner, because you want that piston to complete its stroke before this pin right here touches your tappet plate. I hope that makes sense. Please do, Prime Tech. But anyways, I hope that makes sense for you, Pizza. So in this case, this is an SHS gear, and their pins are usually further forward from the pickup. And if you observe, piston has about 2 teeth left, and the pin's right at about the 5 o'clock position, which means the piston has almost 180 degrees of sector gear rotation to make it to battery, if that makes sense. Because if your pin is like at the 3 o'clock position, your piston has a good chance of not making it in time before the tappet plate gets pulled back. Another on the opposite side of the spectrum is let's see, your tappet plate not getting released before the piston gets released. So for example, let's see, say your piston's already released and then your tappet plate gets released. So because, how do I explain this? Your tappet plate gets, your piston is releasing it, so it's traveling, and then your nozzle or your tappet plate finally gets released, and so you're bleeding out air before this nozzle here makes contact with your bucket and creates a seal. So you just lost some FPS in that amount of compression. If that makes any sense. So, understanding that will tell you which teeth to remove. So in this case, where the nozzle is getting released after the piston's released, you need to remove teeth on the front. Because what you're doing there is you're going to allow the tappet plate to release sooner, so before the piston gets released. So best bet is just make sure that pin is at the 5 o'clock position when that piston, the things to look out for is that pin, put your pin at the 5 o'clock position and see where your piston gets released and when your tappet plate gets released. At the 5 o'clock position, your tappet plate should be all the way forward already. It should be already there. There's 2 ways you can fix this. You can trim your fin right here so that it releases sooner. So that's why in DSGs you see that the fin gets trimmed higher and higher. That's to release the tappet plate sooner. So, and in DSGs, your pins are 180 degrees from each other. So with DSGs, it's actually at the 7 o'clock position. And you see how the tappet plate's hitting that pin? And if this was a DSG, there'd be a pin on the other side. So you will want that tappet plate to release. So you'll have to trim that fin so it doesn't touch that pin. So by the time that pin reaches a certain position right there, your tappet plate will be all the way forward, and then the one on the other side will just about start picking it up and pulling it back. But I won't get into DSGs because that's a lot more explanation. But basically, I hope that makes better sense on how tappet plate timing works. Nah, I'm not disappointed, man. If it's still working for you, why work on it? If you like the way it is, I totally get that. Okay, so I have to move the bevel up because it's sitting too tight against the pinning gear. So I'm going to raise the bevel gear by maybe one shim will be enough. Because I'm looking at the thickness of these shims for the bottom. And I don't want it to sit too close to the shell because I've seen him rub when I do that. Damn. No play whatsoever still. I don't like that. Oh, there is a little bit right there. But they don't make these teeth perfect. And sometimes the pinning gear on your motor is not perfectly concentric, meaning that it's not perfectly centered. So to exaggerate just a little bit, to explain, your pinning gear is actually doing this. It's not perfectly centered as it rotates. It's very small, so you probably won't see it when it's spinning, free spinning. But that's why when I spin the, oops, gosh, I almost forgot to unzoom. When you spin the bevel here, you'll feel it wiggle in one spot, and then you turn it some more, and then it'll stop. You won't have any wiggle. It's because the teeth is either not perfectly cut to mesh exactly the same, your bevel's probably warped, or your pinning gear is not centered, so it's doing this shit when it's spinning. I want to do a TSG at some point, just for funsies, see if I could do it. Anyways, I gotta lift up that bevel gear some more. See if that works. If it still has no wiggle room, I'm gonna have to back off the motor just a little bit, because you don't want to have no shims on the base of the bevel. That's a bad idea. So it'll grind against the gearbox shell if you do that, and they'll rub on the outer race of the bearing, creating more friction. You don't want that. Keep putting my pick away. Okay, that did it. Now we got play. Weird, now that's a whole bunch. It's probably because the damn motor is just moving around. It's another thing to think about with your airsoft guns. If you really want to make the gears quiet, the collar on the motor matters. How thick it is. Yeah, there's now there's too much play. So I think the motor, if you're looking at it, I think the motor shifted like this. So now there's too much play. So I'm going to move that shim back over and then just go from there, because I'm pretty sure the collar on this motor is pretty skinny. And when that happens, it wobbles around in this hole, and that makes shimming more difficult. And luckily, Retro Arms has now came out with their own collars that you can get for your motors that are in increments of 0.05 millimeter each. So you can really get it to where it's perfect in that hole, and your motor will sit perfectly straight, and you'll have the best, most perfect beveled pinion mesh you could possibly ever get in terms of alignment. Because most of your noise of your gearbox comes from the bevel and pinion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move a shim back onto the bottom. And call it good. Now I'm going to shim the gears to each other. Where's my flashlight? I need my flashlight. No, the motor tower. Collar is the motor tower. Vice versa. I meant motor tower. Same thing. Yes, from Retro Arms. See how much spacing we have between these gears. Quite a bit, actually. I think. Oh yeah, we have like, looks like about damn near 100% tooth-to-tooth contact between the bevel and the spur. And now I'm gonna see if that sucker's warped. Because previously this was short-stroked, but only by one tooth, and I short-stroked it by another 2 teeth for better trigger response and to correct the timing of the mistake of the previous tech that worked on this gun. Right now I'm just trying to see if the spur gear is warped by free spinning it. It looks fine. Doesn't look too bad. I've seen a lot worse. I barely see the warp. It is warped, but just freaking barely. Nothing to be concerned about. By the way, guys, if you're interested in these hold downs, this one holds the anti-reversal latch down. No, this one's for the trigger, and this one's for the anti-reversal latch. I have these on my website, AirTech Studios, and these are a godsend. They even help with that stubborn AK 2-piece trigger bull crap stuff. God, I hate it. Version 3 triggers. It's okay, pizza. It's good enough that I totally understand what you're talking about. You're fine, man. Keep it up, bro. Come on, give me that shin back. All right, let's see if we can lower this sector gear. Which room we got? Oh, I think we got a lot actually. I'm gonna lower it down by, what do we got on this bottom? I'm gonna trade out these two shims here. Put a 0.5 back on top. And see if they rub. So far, so good. Okay, let's check that distance. Yeah, there's a pretty big difference between the two. I could probably just leave put the two shims that I put on the bottom of the sector and put them on top, and then we'll be good. Yeah, thanks, Prime Tech. Thanks for hanging out, bud, and jumping in real quick. Oh, yep, that was definitely too close. Guess we're not doing that. What's hitting? Ah, it's these screws. I'm gonna have to go and Dremel on the bottom of the. So what's going on right now is the screws for this gear right here and here, they stick out a little bit. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go and Dremel them down, just so that we can have this gear as close to spur gear as possible, but also keeping about a 0.2 millimeter distance between the spur and, or excuse me, the sector and the spur. So I'm gonna go over to my Dremel and Dremel that real quick. So I'll be right back. Okie dokie. Here's what I did. Yeah, I just grinded the extra material. I even did the pickup pin for the tappet plate down a little bit. Yeah, and to show you how I short stroked, removed 2 teeth on the release, and then on the pickup, it was already done prior to me working on this airsoft gun. And so I just left it as B, and I just removed 2. On a build like this, I'd only do about a maximum of 2 because it's not cycling that fast. But I had to do them both on the release side mainly because taking off the front here makes it to where the piston does not get released in time before the tappet plate gets picked up. So I had to fix that by removing the rear 2 teeth. So now it's a 13 tooth sector gear. So now I'm going to test the shimming. Might put up 1 shim back on the other side. Not sure yet, but I'm going to run the screws down just to see how this looks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to move those shims around. Now it's too close to the spur gear. I see where it's rubbing. Yeah. Might put the... Yeah, I think I'm gonna just move those 2 screws back. Maybe just 1. Okay. All right. Yeah. I just needed to move 1 shim. Let's see how all 3 of them work together. With the hop set with the BB, which you will play? What BB will I use? What weight? This isn't my airsoft gun. This is a customer's. So I have no idea. Actually, I take that back. I think the idea with this rifle, he typically likes to use 3.2s, so it's probably going to be 3.2s. But the issue that I'm addressing with this thing is the low FPS. It came to me with low FPS and strange noises in the gearbox, and I've addressed that already. Let's see how the 3 work together. What the hell is that noise? I wonder if it's old burrs. I need to deburr this thing. Here, it depends on the field and what platform you're going to use. But the most that I've seen that you can use, and it has to be a sniper platform, is 3 joules. Or 2.4 or 3 joules. But for rifle platforms, it's usually 1.5. Is that pin hitting? Is that what I'm hearing? Oh. Okay, so I just discovered that the spur gear's fucked. Teeth are damaged. Can't believe I didn't catch that. I wish I would have caught that at the beginning. So now I gotta figure out a spur gear for this thing. There's something with the teeth. Is that what I was hearing? So the teeth on the spur gear are damaged on the outside here. When we test it, we have the hop up off, and let's see, and with the hop up off, G&G usually have nozzle length problem. This is not using the factory nozzle. Now, how are you liking it, Shark Theory? See, yeah, there's teeth right here, from here to there, grinded down from something. And I'm willing to bet that's what I'm hearing, is that those teeth knocking into the other one from being damaged. Luckily, I should have another spur of the similar ratio. Right there. I think. Nope. Oh, I'm way wrong. Interesting. I guess I don't. Oh, wait, no, because if I have a 13-to-1 in here, that should work. Yeah, I do have a 13-to-1. So this is going to be a 13-to-1 instead of a 12-to-1. Shouldn't make any difference, though. Any noticeable difference in rounds per second. So I'm going to see how this works. See how the rocket gears mesh with each other. So I'm going to pull that guy off of here. I got to shim this one up. And before I get too crazy about it, let's double check. Okay, so it meshes perfectly with the sector gear. Now let's check the bevel. Should mesh just fine with the bevel too. Oh yeah. Yep, it meshes great. So, yeah, gotta get rid of the spur gear because it's no good. It's what the knocking was coming from, was from those damaged teeth. Now it's not making any noise. Smooth sailing, man. Okay. I'm gonna pull these two back off. And then I'm gonna make sure this spur gear's shimmed correctly. Yeah, that might be too much shimmage there. It's 0.1. Throw that back in there. That might be it. Let's find out. Yes, it's a Pro-Win. Or, no, it's an SHS. Basically, their SHS version of the Pro-Win. It's identical, but I personally hate these hop-ups. They're trash. They don't hold the barrel worth the shit. And they've always caused me problems with bucking compatibility and barrel compatibility. I can't use Maple Leaf buckings with them because of just the way that they're designed. Okay, that's good. I got to shim the sector gear a little higher. Alright, this is going in the trash. It's really good, and I'm sure it can hop some heavier BBs. Yeah, with the MR hop, yeah, you could. But the question comes down to, is that P90 air volume ratio for anything heavier than 3.2s? So I'm sure it can shoot 3.2s if you haven't tried already. But anything heavier, you'd want to shorten your barrel if you're using a full cylinder in that guy. I'm actually going to put that shim there. And that should be a much better. Okay, now let's put the 3 gears together and see how she sounds. Hopefully we don't get a knocking on the door. A little knocky wonky. It sounds like it's farting. Okay. Hate that. I have an unknown shim. I don't know what gear that came off of. It came off this sector. Good to know. Pretty sure it did. Yeah, instead of Maple Leaf, I'm probably going to switch it to Bugatti. Okay, cool. They don't rub. Actually, I'm going to do this just to make sure. Okay. Now, I think I can assemble it now. I'm going to make sure the screw is tight. I'm not backing out. Oops. It is, actually. So I'm going to take the screw out and put Loctite on it. So I don't think this guy didn't get Loctite. What the hell? Yep, no Loctite whatsoever. Guys, always make sure to Loctite your screws to your piston heads. Also, when you go to Loctite, make sure the threads are clean, because if you don't clean the threads or make sure they don't have any oil on them, you're going to run into issues in the future with it falling off still. And it looks like I'm going to have to glue the freaking rack too. I'm just going to set this off to the side for now because the gears are good. I just have to address the piston now. And check the length on this nozzle real quick. .2125. Yeah, that's fine. I think this is a VFC nozzle. Looks like it. Very common upgrade. Old school upgrade. And yeah, I can tell this rifle's been having a nozzle alignment issues, and here's how I can tell. There's paint's worn off on one side versus the other. So in other words, the nozzle was being pushed to one side like this. So the gearbox might have been tilted this way, or this stem here for the cylinder head is bent. Don't know yet. That's something I'm gonna try to remember to check when I put this all back together. So yeah, yay hooray. The wear isn't too bad. It's not gonna hurt anything. So anyway, I gotta clean all this up now. Get all the grease off it so that the glue and all that good stuff will stick. I'm gonna take this. Oh, actually, this is fine. I don't need to clean that. Oh no, I do. Thanks, Joe. Yeah. I was like, what the hell is that knocking coming from? And then I was like, oh, the teeth are damaged. And here's a way, guys, that you can tell that an airsoft gun has been premature engaging. The shininess right here, that's PME. That means the teeth were rubbing across these teeth right here from the sector gear onto the piston, and these SHS gears or pistons are flexible, so they'll squish and move away from the sector gears. So, in my opinion, is a good thing because it keeps it from breaking the plastic, because the plastic's flexible. However, it's not a good idea to use a piston like this in a DMR platform, simply because you don't want that to flex, because when you put a heavy spring like an M140 in there, these pistons get pushed upwards to the top of the gearbox when all that torque is applied onto these teeth. And when that happens, it could flex enough where the teeth just slip right off. And then you're back to this again and thinking, so that's another way you can tell that you got too soft of a piston in there. So. Those Cybergun P90 gearboxes are pretty badass. I'm actually working on a, for funsies, a DMR P90. Because Bugatti came out with a hop-up that has TDC for the P90, and I was like, hold on a second. I think I'm going to make a DMR P90. And I was also inspired by a gentleman on our Discord channel. He's making one, and I'm trying to help him as much as I can. And so he's kind of inspired me to do it. So I've been working on that. So I may have a video for that and in the future, probably after the minigun video. I recommend Maple Leaf Super Macron, not the older Macron, but the newer one, the Super. The reason being is because from experience, I've always seen that the Super to perform better than the MR in terms of accuracy. Now the MR is great for heavyweight BBs, but if you're only hopping 2/8, the MR hop is pointless. You're losing out on accuracy because the Super Macron does a better job in that aspect. Because it when the rubber nub of the Super Micron enters the barrel, it has more curvature contact with the BB versus the MR hop, which centers it better on each BB that passes through it. Versus where the MR hop, if you look down the barrel and turn up your hop up with the MR hop, you'll just see a flat surface with a little bit of a curvature. So it makes sense that the Super Micron is more accurate than the MR hop. However, because you have less surface area contact, hopping heavier BBs is not as effective. But my argument to that is, I've done a 60-degree Super Micron and hopped 4/8 just fine. And the way I did that was using a stiffer nub, because that's where it's really going to come into play to hop heavier BBs is your nub. The heavier BB you use, the more stiff your nub needs to be. And in order to hop those 4/8, I had to use a Omega nub, which is like I want to say an 80-90 degree nub. It's really hard rubber. The downside with using an Omega nub, it's really hard to dial in your hop with the lighter BBs like 2/8s or 2/5s, especially with 2.0s. What you'll run into usually is when you try to hop a 2.5, for example, you'll turn it up just barely and it'll overhop. You turn it back the other way, it'll underhop. So it'll be too sensitive. So ideally, you want to use a softer nub with a, if you plan on using any BBs lighter than 3.2s. So I even have had it too sensitive with 3.2s. It really depends on the hop up and how the hop is applied. But generally, Omega nubs should be only used for anything above the 3.2 if you're using the Super Micron. The MR hop, however, you definitely want to use the Omega nub because there's a lot more resistance in the bucking itself, pushing back into that nub. So you want to definitely use an Omega nub with the MR hop, but not with the Super Micron. If that makes any sense. But I prefer the Maple Leaf Super Micron because I've always had super tight groupings with those guys. And there's still oil in there. I can see it. I freaking love these. The fact that the cotton is super stiff and pointy, so getting in those crevices is really nice. And I have a shitload of them. Yep, still picking up grease. Yeah. Look at that. I've already hit it a bunch of times and it's still coming out dirty. This is why you want to clean inside your rails here if you're ever going to glue or epoxy your rack in. Because that dirt right there is going to make it impossible for that glue to adhere. And what I usually do is I keep going until it comes out clean. Yeah, it's still getting dirty. Okay, now it's coming out clean. Barely. I mean, almost clean. Almost there. I'm using acetone, by the way. And it's so little amount that I personally think it's good. I know that acetone melts plastic, but only certain plastics. and I purposely use it on any plastics in very, very small amounts. Because one, it breaks up the plastic a little bit, and it actually makes it, and from my opinion, adhesives to adhere a lot better. So I do not use acetone to clean plastic, however. I only use it to surface prep. That's it. Yeah. And it's getting that glue really, really good. Or not glue, the grease. There we go. Do one more for good measure. But for the Super Micron, I also Omega concave nub to match the inside of the bucking patch. I didn't try the normal nub, which I'll try tomorrow. Yeah, definitely experiment, man. See what works best for you, but that's what works best for me. If you need to use a softer nub, you can get the Bugatti concave nub, which is a little bit softer than the Omega in my opinion. Okay, she's clean. So how many times I had to, what I had to use, clean that damn thing. Now I'm gonna use some good old Gorilla Glue. This shit works so good. It's nice because I don't have to epoxy it. Only time I epoxy if I'm gonna DSG. DSG or an extreme DMR build. But even then, the pistons that I use, I don't need to glue the rack in because they're that fucking strong. Excuse my French, but just want to put emphasis behind it. I no longer use SHS, and the only reason why there's an SHS piston here is because that's what was already in this rifle, so it's might as well use it. They're not bad pistons, but there's definitely better out there. Oop, I almost forgot. I still gotta clean threads. I'm done with the MP7s for a while, man. Not until I find a solution for this stupid hop up. Because I've learned that some hop ups work just fine with whatever bucking you intend to use, and some just won't work no matter what you do. And yeah, so I haven't had any luck with that shit, so. Nope. Okay, so put some surface prep on the screw. So surface prep, guys, on your screw, then put Loctite inside your screw hole. And you'll never have a piston head fall off ever again. Pop the bubble. Okay. Yeah, I already commented on his post. I was like, bro, where do I sign up? Because it's so nice to have somebody that can relate and know the issue that I've experienced. The hop-ups in those MP7s are utter garbage. They're terrible. They're poorly designed. So bad. I do not like MP7 hop-ups. I don't want being here. Stop it. Come on. Go in your hole. Come on. Really? I've never had this much issue on a freaking screw. Come on. It just does not want to go in the hole. You don't trust it. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Right on. Alright. Piston's finally good. What about the weight of the piston assembly for heavyweight BB? Do you make heavy piston? I haven't tested that theory thoroughly. And what I mean by thoroughly, I'm talking about testing the different weight pistons versus other different spring weights with a specific weight BB, etc., etc. So, yes and no. But one of these days, I'm gonna have the data to say if a heavier piston helps or not when it comes to joule creeping. Joule creeping with heavier weight BBs. So as of right now, I can't tell you if that's an actual thing. I tried a super heavy piston. I didn't really notice a difference, but who's to say that it does make a difference with a certain weight or a certain strength of spring and a certain weight of BB? I don't know, and that's the question that I need to answer. Did you know, Nefer, that VFC apparently has a Gen 5 now? Or it was Gen 4. And I say this because one of their sales reps contacted me about selling VFC products, and I was like, And they sent me a catalog, not a catalog, but a price sheet for all their products for business-to-business deals and whatnot. And they had a Generation 4 or 5, I can't remember exactly, listed in that price sheet. And I was like, what's this? Can you guys send me one so I can take a look at it? See what you guys changed? Yeah. I don't think they've given it up on it just yet. Because like I said, apparently there's newer generations, but I guess they're not released yet? I don't know. I've just been so busy with other things that I haven't really, let alone have the ability to freaking remember to contact them. It's like, hey, what about this MP7? Last I knew, they don't have them in stock yet, but they're coming. So that was a little teaser. That's so true, Shark. That's so true. is a photo and the video in comments for the MP7. Oh my god, do I have to re-shim that? I hate my life. Let's see how many shims. They all fell off. Almost all of them. Damn it. I dropped the bevel, and almost all the shims fell off of it, so I get to re-shim the bevel. At least it's just a bevel. So from what I remember, there was a 0.5 on the bottom, and a 0.1 on top. I could be clumsy sometimes, but I'm not too worried about it. I think I re-greased. Oh, let's put some grease in it anyways to see. Put some gun salve in the cylinder. It's good shit. Okay. Grease the rails a little bit. Rip bevel and shims. Yeah, I heard them all bouncing around on my the bottom shelf of my bench here. There. So I got to work on a MTW for the first time. I have it here with me. That's what's I'm going to be put on my bench next, I think. Yeah, because I got to do something with... No, I got to wait till the grip comes in. So never mind, there's something else I got to work on. Can't remember at the moment. Anyway. Let's see how bad the shimming is. So that looks like a 0.2 to me. You end up shimming so many times that you start remembering how thick the shims are. It makes you faster at shimming because you can usually make a good guess of what shims you need. That was a little off. Battery's almost dying. Hey, if you guys are still in the stream, hit that like button. It'll help get the stream out to more people. It'll tell the YouTube algorithm that this is a show to watch. Turn down the battery further. My screw gun here. There we go. Do you prefer bearings or bushings? Bearings, 100%. I prefer bearings all day long. I rarely have them fail on me, and they make the gears run the smoothest. Do another 0.2, and I think we'll be good. Turbo speed. Bearings run, gears smooth, and it's a little less stress on the motor. Yes, that is true. That's friction. The stigma for bearings on failing all the time, that was back in the days where they were only 6mm and 7mm. They're guaranteed to fail. 8mm is a lot stronger, and then if you can get 9mm, they'll never break. 9mm, I've never seen a 9mm break. Oh yeah. Double check this. Okay. I think we're good now. So, before the stream, I got a chrono result on this guy. It was shooting 202. And I'm thinking that it was because of the bucking and taper plate timing was the main causes of these two. So, now at the point of assembly, so this has a gate tighten. So we're going to put that back in. And I'm going to see if I have one of those plastic washers. Hopefully I do. Otherwise, I'm probably going to have to make one. Oh, I think that's one. I think I found one. I think that's one right there. I think I'll make myself some more coffee here in a minute. Yeah, I'm hoping that is. I'm going to give it a little scratchy scratch because I think it's a ceramic, which is what we want. Yep, it's plastic. Okay, so we're good to go. So previously this was not done right. The guy that worked on this previously, I don't know who they were, but they did not put a insulating washer between the screw and the bore, and that's a no-no. That's what I was looking for. And you leave it to Wyshtech doing it right. Make sure to have this loop right here even with this bearing. And another thing to know is that when you install these ETUs, make sure your screw doesn't come out on the other side. Yes, pizza. What I find that works best is Javon, SHS, Rocket, pinion or bevel mesh really well together. And the pinion gears off of the T238 and Solik motors, they mesh really well with the Javon gears. I've made them whisper like pretty damn quiet when it comes to those guys. So I gotta clean that little sensor just as a precaution. Bring out denatured alcohol. Oh, I already got a keytap out. Clean that sensor. This sensor. Where's the top board? So I got to do it the same with the top board. Okay. You should be good there. Oh, well, I almost forgot. I'm gonna put a delay chip on this guy. Yeah. Just in case they ever upgrade the motor, they could just drop it in and they never have to worry about it. So that's why I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna have to double check tappet plate timing when I go to put this on. Which means I have to clean the surfaces again. This damn gear is so dirty. Gotta give the glue something to adhere to. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to test fit this for the time being. And I'm actually going to do it this way. No, this way. Okay, so right now I'm going to be checking tappet plate timing because I just added this chip here. And I just want to make sure that the piston and the tappet plate are going to be in the correct positions when this gun's cycled. So there goes the tappet plate, it's pulling back, okay. It's pulling back, pulling back. Now it's releasing. So there's going to be, so on full release we have almost 2 teeth left over for the piston to be released. So that should be enough time. Yeah, I think that's enough timing. There definitely isn't going to be tappet plate PME where the tappet plate gets picked up before the piston finishes its stroke. So should be good there. So, yep. Yeah. That looks good. I might have to modify, wait, how far? It's as far back as it's going to go, isn't it? Yeah, so the problem I'm seeing right now is that this tappet plate is going to be pulled back too damn hard. So I'm going to pull out the piston and double check that. Oh yeah. Yeah, pulling back too hard. I might have to modify the tappet plate now. So what's going on is that this is pushing against this way too hard. How do you know? What other Airsoft Tech do you follow, like, and admire? Believe it or not, Airsoft Tech is my inspiration guy. I've watched his videos a long time ago, and I learned from him, and that's how I got started. Airsoft Tech. That's literally his name on YouTube. It's Airsoft Tech. Super chill dude. I like brain fart. Like watching Negative Airsoft. He's pretty cool. I've actually talked to him from time to time. Real Deal, really nice guy. I like Real Deal as well. He's given me some good pointers. Very nice guy. I'm just debating here what I should do. Because how much of this needs to be... It's like barely. Okay, I'm going to have to put this on my mill. I'm going to have to go trim this tablet plate a little bit. The problem is this right here needs to be trimmed back just a hair because it's pulling so hard it's flexing the tablet plate when it's coming back. And it's going to damage parts. So I'm going to go to my mill and trim this guy. Fortunately, I don't have my camera set up to show you guys what I'm doing, so you have to bear with me for a minute. Okay, I'm just currently putting it on my mill right now. Not sure how I'm going to have this clamped on. No, I think I got it. I just need oh man, the lovely adventures of doing CNC work. Okay, I think I can get this to work. You guys hear any machine noises? It's because I'm trimming on this tappet plate. Ever since I got these this equipment to do my work, it's been a godsend because now that allows me to do the things that I'm doing right now. Hey, a part doesn't fit quite right. Well, I could just put it on my mill and cut off some material and make it work. Because 90% of the time, the tolerances are just a little too tight, and I can use my equipment to improve, make it a little bit better, and make it fit. Okay. Let's see. I hope this bit's wide enough. I think it might. It's looking like it. All right, here we go. Okay, barely cut off any material, so I think that might work. Let's find out. What was I doing? Pick. Where is it at? Okay, so it's still binding up a little bit. I'm gonna mark it this time with a Sharpie. Where is my black Sharpie? There it is. I'm not gonna lie. That Spectre was a challenge, but I didn't hate it like I did the MP7. No, wait, marking that didn't freaking matter. I'm trying to think of another platform that I absolutely hated working on. Certain classic Army M4s with the ambidextrous controls. The ambidextrous controls is what makes it suck. Because with the ambidextrous controls, it makes it very, very difficult to assemble the rifle back into the gearbox. And certain scars, I had to use screwdrivers to pry open the receiver large enough to allow me to pull out the gearbox and put the gearbox back in. Why is it doing that? Trying to get this damn tappet plate to sit flat on my end mill here. Okay, so that should work. All right. Yeah, let's see if that worked. Trying to copy the shape of the movement of that. Maybe this will work. God, I hope so. Okay, that should be a lot better. Have to get rid of that edge there, but I think I got it. So if I take off too much material, the nozzle won't get pulled back all the way. So I gotta be really careful of that. Okay, it's better. It's not as bad as it was, so I think I'm going to file that corner right there on the front. And then we should be good. Good to go. The reason why I'm filing this edge right in front of my fingernail, right there, right in front of my fingernail, is because it's catching that little dip right here on the delayer chip. If I file it down, it won't catch it. I'm just filing off a little bit, and that now it will transition to that loop right here a little bit better. So I'm gonna try it again and see how it feels. He said he wasn't gonna be here. Hey, what's up, Clint?
Hey, what's up, dude?
Streaming. What changed your mind?
Oh no, I'm just here for a moment.
Give me a second. I just made a modification to the tablet plate and I'm testing it. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Is it all the way back?
PFI smoke can.
PFI smoke can.
Yeah, as you shoot, it shoots out a little cloud of dust.
So
it looks like a suppressor, actually. Sort
of. I'm curious. My immediate thought is, does that dust go back into the barrel?
No, it does not go back down the barrel.
Interesting. So what do you fill it with, and if you run out of dust?
They had at one point replacement wipes, basically, or like the inserts, like the foam pads and stuff, but like replacement inserts like that had dust filled stuff to them. So.
Hey chat. So what I'm holding in my hands here is a suppressor that when you shoot your airsoft gun, it makes smoke come out the end of it, so make it shoot more realistically. And Clint, you said you're giving this to me?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, bud. I'll have to play around with this later.
There's a Marui MP7.
Ooh, look at guys. We were just talking about MP7s. This is a Marui. Oh, and it's in rough shape.
You know how old that is?
It's a dirty girl.
It's been sitting in a barn.
Yeah.
It's a barn find.
Yeah. I don't doubt that. It still has its hop up, so there's that.
Yeah.
That's a good start there. You got your selector switch still and your bolt release.
Which is non-functional.
Yeah.
But it looks cool.
For aesthetics, you just need a top rail. Oh, and your electronics up here are still there. So that's good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm streaming on YouTube now.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, I can move this over to the big screen and turn it towards you.
It's all good.
If for next time.
Yeah. No.
But yeah, friggin' TM, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got some people in here.
And in case anybody wanted to know, so back in the day, Big Five sold a clone of these that was clear, and also the Wells.
I have a
But
well.
if you notice, why is it pink? That came off of a Big Five Well R4 clone that I had, and I was like, yeah, and somehow I lost the other parts, but there they are. Boom.
Do you want to buy a well R4 or 7 or R4? Yeah. Whatchamacallit?
Yeah, the idea was to put it in there, yeah, and to at least, make it reliable and shoot the things. So, yeah, whatever I can do I want to get this back up and running, but it's not critical right now.
Well, I mean, you now at least have a gearbox, and I do have gears
Yeah,
for that, and a piston and cylinder.
I've got the cylinder head.
Oh, pizza ass. Is it an AEP, the Murray? Yes. Yes, it is. What's your opinion on the Bugatti Neptune and Max hop-ups? Oh, that's debatable. It really comes down to preference.
Ta-da!
It even has the old battery for it. My God.
Right?
Amazing.
So much fun. All right. Chat, I'm out. Peace.
That was Clint, guys. One of my Airsoft Tech buddies. He comes here when he can to help me out, work on guns. But to answer your question, what's my opinion on Neptune versus Max? It really comes down to adjustability and what you're looking for. The good things about the Neptunes is that you can adjust how far the feed tube comes down into the magazine. So you have issues with magazines releasing the BBs into the hop-up, you can change that. They also just came out with a BB retention version of that, so you can change that out. TDC is just as effective, in my opinion. When it comes down to performance, they're the same. I think the Max hop-up holds the barrel better, but in terms of performance, when it comes down to performance, again, I didn't notice much of a difference. So, really, it's going to come down to your preference and what you think, what you like more in terms of design. Definitely use the Bugatti's buckings with their Neptunes, because the Maple Leafs do work, but I try to keep. It's better just to keep the parts that are meant to be in said part for best compatibility possible. So, anyways, where's the trigger for this guy? Where'd I put it? This was the criteria. Oh, yeah. This silly trigger. And I don't... Oh, yep, it did have a trigger spring. Really don't like these Retro Arms triggers, because there's no set screws to use, so you have to use other means to set your the amount of throw. Good God, it's one of those springs. There we go. Perfect. And where's the top board? Throw that in. And a little spring. That's a pretty strong spring. Watch out for those weak ass springs, man. Ding! Fries are done. Where'd the shims go for that? Alright, did that just pop up and knock the shims off? Yep, sure did. He beasted. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I almost forgot to glue the layer chip in. You always want to do that if you're going to put one of these in. Where's my glue? Where did I put it? Blind as a bat. Oh man. Where the hell did I put my glue? I'm probably looking past it like a million times. I suck at finding things. Even if it's in my hand. Which it isn't in this case. Oh, it fell over up here. Okay, cool. I don't have to worry about it. Perfect. Where did you get the mat you work on? I'm always losing bits in one of these. Like, reduce that. This mat I got off of Amazon. Just look up a electronics working mat, and you should find plenty of them. Mine's pretty old and beat up. And then this came from Airsoft Formula, and we're collabing together making a Wyshtech edition with some changes to it, which I will feature in the YouTube video. Yep. Yep. Come in. Stay. Stay. There you go. Good boy. Nope. Shims don't want to cooperate. They just want to go wherever they want to go. Come on. There you go. Stay. Alright. Now we can put the bevel in. Well. Now the aim with this build is to hit 400 FPS on 2s. And it was shooting 202 average. There's our spring. Oh, I gotta go grab a new spring because he wants a new spring. Yeah. Where's my M110s? There it is. Last one too. Got one left. I gotta order more Matrix M110s. Yay. Don't like the layers. Risk of tappet plate PME when on pre-cocking or full auto. Not if you know what you're doing with tappet plate timing, which I corrected on this guy, so that will not happen. Never have tappet plate timing issues when it comes to pre-cocking and the layers. Okay, and now. Not a fan of this G&G gearbox. And you know what's funny? This is going into a Crytek body. This gun was clearly Frankenstein together. All right. If I had my choice, I would have kept with the Crytek gearbox shell, but who knows what their budget was, and probably had the Crytek body laying around and this gearbox. Excuse me. I'll test the gears, make sure they're not binding. So check that I always do to make sure, and the freaking, is that anti-reversal latch working? Yeah, just really quiet. Okay, so, alright, the anti-reversal latch is working. Sweet. And the tappet plate is not rubbing on the sector, so we're good. And now, and a sticker is on there poorly. Looks like it's cockeyed, so I'm gonna make sure I got some extras. And I do. Sweet. Prime pizza. I have no idea. This rifle came to me from a customer that likes to buy and sell airsoft guns, and he just wanted me to fix this one because the FPS was way low, and that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to. The goal is to get it between 370 and 400 FPS, and that's our goal. Stick that back on there because I'm not liking that surface. Surface prep it. Good old acetone. Yes, I knew acetone is not good for plastic, but in this instance, I want the sticker to adhere to the plastic, so I'm going to use acetone. Okay. Yeah, so my receiver died and I got it plugged in. Do you guys hear a buzzing noise? Is your Probably going to hear a buzzing noise because now it's on the charger. Hey Fernando, how's it going? So if you're hearing a buzzing noise in the mic, that's because I have my receiver on a charger right now. I'm charging it up. So I apologize for that. And hopefully it's not too intrusive. How loud is it? Too loud for you guys? The buzzing noise? So I know it's there. I can see it in the feed on the stream. Really don't like that pen. It's even got the wrong pins. Once the receiver charges up a bit, I'll take it off the charger and it'll go away. That should be enough to test the positioning of that sticker. So, luckily I have bought this a long time ago and it was one of the best investments as an Airsoft Tech. The Link. This allows me to diagnose and make sure I installed parts correctly with the Titan or Aster or whatever. So I'm going to bring up the app. Let's go over to the gate. Oh my gosh, it's been a little bit. GCS, okay, that's what it's called. Oh yes. Oh, it wants me to update. Great. Update firmware. Oh wow. Oh wow. The firmware on this Titan is 2.2. This is the current version, 4.1. Oh, sorry, Hannah. I'm trying out YouTube again to see how OBS works. I switched to a completely different app. Which pinion does mesh well with the Javon gears? I was thinking about buying their own or SHS to save some money. SHS works fine. Javon's gears obviously work just fine. The cut is like identical. I can't really tell the difference between the Javon pinion gear and the SHS. They look identical. So really, you'll be fine either way. Plus, I've used both and didn't notice any difference. So just go whatever is cheaper for you, man. So I'm going to go ahead and update this Titan because it's way out of date. And while it updates, I'm going to go get some brew up some coffee. So I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. I got coffee brewing right now, but I did get some Fanta. You're most welcome, Fernando. Glad to help, dude. It's one of my favorite things about working on Airsoft Tech. Alright, let's see what the app's got for us today. GCS new version available. Not gonna worry. No! Okay, we're going to selector. I'm going to calibrate. Put at 60% or degrees to 120. Okay, full auto. So the problem I was having with this thing before was this thing would fall out of full auto. So I'm kind of worried that it's going to do it again. That should be fine now. I don't think it was just calibrated correctly last time. So I think it'll be fine this time, but we'll see once I get it all together. So selector switch is calibrated. Now let's look at telemetry. Let's see. I'm curious what errors it had in the past. Diagnostics. Wow, it's clear. Didn't have any errors. Weird. Figured it would. This is a Titan 2 or Titan version 2 basic, so it's not even an advanced. Alright, so I think we're in a clear to put this guy the rest of the way together. Way. I don't need the tree anymore, so I'm gonna set it over there. Okay. I want to change out body pins because this is just gonna keep falling out. Let's see if I got nope. Never mind. They're all rusted all to hell. I don't want to screw a hole in it. I have to clean it. Do I have one that doesn't have? Nope. I'll probably put it in my lathe and clean it up real good. Let's see how far this sticks through. So I think this is a Crytek pen. Yeah, it sits perfectly flush, so this has got to be a Crytek pen. Yeah, but it's all rusted. So, but I could, like I said, put it in my lathe and clean it up real good. I think I might do that. Put a brand new screw in it and everything. Same with this front one. So I think we're gonna do that. Any others? Nope. So I'm gonna go over to my lathe and clean these up real quick. Oh, that was before I was having the issues with the selector when I first get airsoft guns from a customer. I test them first, and then I write down any notes like feet per second and whatnot, and that way when I take it all apart I know what things to address, and that was one of them, and I think it's addressed now, but we'll find out once it's all together. So over at my lathe right now because I'm gonna clean up these pins with some emery cloth, so it shouldn't take me long. Hopefully this is not super loud for you guys. Where's my... There it is. Yeah, that emery cloth like cleaned it up immediately. And once I get it all cleaned up, I'm gonna put grease on it so it doesn't rust up again. So thin film should be good enough. Trying really hard not to scratch off the paint. Yeah, that should be good. One pin's done already. Yeah, let's clean up real nice. The other one fell. Damn it! And this rust is so bad. Yeah, unfortunately, the paint on these were really thin. It didn't take much to strip all the paint off. But the rust is gone. I might actually go back on the lathe and just have at it. Because it just looks like crap. Yeah, fuck it. Might as well. Probably use some sandpaper. It's better. Now go to the other pin and gussy up that one. Did that one fall to the floor too? Oh, come on. Where'd you go? Throw on the bench. Yeah, I'll show you how much better it looks. I don't know if you guys, some of you probably didn't see it beforehand, but this was completely rusted. Anywho, did the other one fall on the ground? Great. I wish I was good at finding things. Because I can't find the other pin. The other body pin. That's frustrating. Oh, there it is. Yay, I found it. Some pepper. Some pepper. Hooray! Now I gotta grab my tray of screws. Try to keep it factory looking, I guess. Well, that's what I was shooting for with the pens, but I can't because they were rusted to the point that I was bound to strip the paint off. So there you go. See, I'll throw this guy on. There. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. What do you guys think? The body pin. Yeah, let's bring it on a little closer. Not too bad. Now I gotta find the screw, because this one's all rusted all to hell. It's supposed to be a Crytek, but it's not. It's half D&D and half Crytek. Yeah. Ooh. Does 2 work? Nope, too small. How about 2.5? 2.5. Oh yeah, there we go. I think that screw might be a little bit too long. Are you kidding me? I got this. Is that really too long? Come on now. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna have to sand these screws down a little bit. Just gonna go to my lathe. Oh, not my lathe. My freaking whatchamacallit. Sand belt. Excuse me. Oh yeah, I was gonna put some grease on this. That way it don't rust. Just basically get my fingers all nice and greasy, and then just touch this. I'm gonna touch it. It's a good pen, yes. There, I got some film on there. Now, got this guy. Come in, go in the hole. And probably have to take this back to the sand belt because I might have gotten a little too aggressive on there. Actually, I could just file it. There, that should do it. There we go. Well, got it. And it bottoms out. Perfect. I'll do the other one. That one threaded right in, so I didn't have to thread file the threads on this one. Okay. All right, so that's gonna be great. So pens are good to go. We got better pens. Better pens is good pens. I'm gonna go grab my coffee. Should be done by now. Hamburger. Coffee. Yeah, I didn't turn off my mic. Figure you guys would want to come on an adventure with me to get my coffee. Throwing some Hershey's Crema. Okay. Yep. Oh, I gotta clean up my mess. My wife is talking to a customer right now. Alrighty. Got my coffee. Well, Labby, you gotta look at it this way. The gear ratio will dictate how fast your gun will cycle. So if you're aiming for 1.55 joules, you need to make sure you got your timing, your tap plate timing set right for how fast it's going to cycle. And with 36K brushless motor and 13-to-1, that motherfucker can shoot fast. Like damn near DSG level fast. So you're gonna have to short stroke the living shit out of that. For reference, I have to short stroke this MK18 I was working on with 13-1 gears on a 33K motor, so it's identical to what you're doing, and I had to short stroke it by 4 teeth to ensure that premature engagement doesn't happen. So you got to really figure out what rounds per second you're looking for. Rounds per second is also used to dictate how fast your semi-auto response is going to be, because it definitely correlates to how fast it cycles. But anyways, so if you're going to use that combo, you'll definitely want to short stroke it and use a Matrix M120 and go from there. Hopefully you got a spring quick change just in case that spring doesn't work out and hit your goal. Put these pins up here. Oh, I got a message. The customer that I'm streaming his gun. I didn't think to do that. Silly me. Where's he at? There he is. I'm live streaming working on your Crytek, what should I call it? Franken GNG M4 on YouTube. Okay, see if he jumps in. Okay, so our selector plate's good to go, and so I'm gonna put the rest of the screws in, take out the gearbox obviously, and get this sucker together so we can chrono it. Come on, James, quit being dumb. Don't be dumb. Probably also gonna have to recalibrate the trigger as well. Yeah. BB. BB, also known as Spespez. Spespez is BB. Oh yeah, I gotta take this bucky out because I was just trying it for shits and giggles with this hop up. I'm gonna go get a Bugatti bucking for this thing. Excuse me. And I'm actually gonna exchange out the, where is it? Oh yeah, it's right here. This flat nub. It's been glued in, but it's too damn skinny for your slot here. So when it comes to your hop-ups and your nubs, whatever nub you pick, you want to make sure it's the same width as the slot that it goes into. The reason being is because if it's skinnier, it's going to go in one side versus the other, which is going to create and make your airsoft gun shoot your BBs to the left or the right, depending on what side of your nub is sitting. So I find that the Maple Leaf Omega nubs fit these wide openings. Otherwise, you have to shim your nubs to make sure they stay centered when they apply hop. But you don't have to do that with the Omega nubs because they're pretty damn wide, and on most hop-ups, they fit almost snug. You don't want them too snug. You want them to move up and down freely, of course, in your window here. So you know for a fact your nub is straight and moves straight down rather than off to one side or the other. So I'm going to go get an Omega nub and Bugatti bucket. Let's see, so there's that. And then the Omega nub. So I'm hoping that this nub will be wide enough, wider than, that's a modified flat nub, and it's way too skinny. So we're opting for the Maple Leaf. Let's see how she fits in there. Okay. Yeah, damn, that hop-up window is wide as fuck. Okay, so it's definitely going to work a lot better. Love this hop-up arm. Yeah, fits better in here than the damn hop-up arm. So it's going to be better. And that's another reason why I don't like Pro-Wins. It's because their hop-up windows are way too fucking wide. I don't like them. Oh yeah, I gotta clean this barrel before I put this together. I'm gonna throw the gearbox in and then I'll worry about this. So I got the screws in, selector plates in, so now we can put it in the receiver. And I might have to shim this receiver because I'm worried that this receiver, once you put the stock on, it's gonna tilt it backwards like this because the screw is gonna be pulling the gearbox like this, and it's gonna make the nozzle point upwards. So once I get this all together, I'm gonna check nozzle alignment, and I'm gonna keep an eye out on that. And if that's the case, then we're gonna have to pull the gearbox back out, throw a shim in the back here, so that when this gearbox is screwed in, it stays level. So, nozzle alignment is very, 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 very important in airsoft guns, no matter what build you're working on. If your nozzle alignment is shit, you're gonna get shit FPS. It's either gonna be way off, or all over the place, or all of the above. good to go. Now we're gonna put the pin in. I'm not gonna put the grip on just yet, because seeing how I can move this, I'm worried that I need to shim the gearbox against the receiver, but I won't find it. I'll just go ahead and put the damn stock on. There's so many checks that I do when I work on these guns, man. It's ridiculous. Very meticulous on how I work on my guns. Oh, not just my guns, but, you know, customers as well. So I'm going to see how bad this tilts the gearbox when I screw the stock in. Because that is a thing to worry about when you're working on your own stuff. This is mostly an issue on M4 platforms. This even affects HPA. So I'm tightening this down as far as I can. Because I'm trying to get... I'm simulating me actually keep installing the stock so it doesn't come off ever. Which requires tighten that screw in real tight. So I'm going to set this off to the side now and get the hop up put together. That way I can put it in the receiver and put the upper on the upper and see the nozzle alignment. Play a little bit. Oh yeah, that's right. I was going to... Almost forgot. Gotta clean the barrel jam. Hold on. How high of rounds per second you're trying to go for? Okay, let's see how bad this barrel is. Not too bad actually. It's a little dirty. I don't even think I got enough alcohol on it. What the hell? Oh. There we go. That's a lot. That's a lot of damage. Ah, fuck, I can't do two. That sucks. Try this. Fold it like this. Try it again. There we go. Well, it is going to be crazy with 36K and 13-1 gears. With 36K brushless motor and 18-1, you'd get 30 rounds a second for sure. With 13-1, you're going to hit probably about 40, and you're going to have a lot of fun with tappet plate timing. Just a heads up, bud. Have you worked on airsoft guns before? The higher your cycle rate, the less forgiving your airsoft gun is going to be with tappet plate timing. You're gonna have a very narrow tappet plate timing margin, error of margin. I have to scrub this barrel. So There's still shit in it. So I'm using a cotton swab off of my rod here. Rod. Alright, scrubby scrub time. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Use the 7.4 instead. Yeah, that would definitely help you. This brush is wore out. Gotcha. Yeah, definitely take your time. I hope that's not your only AEG. But yeah, you're definitely gonna have a really good trigger response with that ratio. But you're also, because of the amount of short stroking you're gonna do, you're gonna be sacrificing air volume ratio for that. Which means if you plan on using BBs heavier than 3.2s, you're going to have to shorten your barrel. Definitely make sure your barrel's not too long. Okay, let's see if that cleared it up. I don't know if it did. I don't know what the hell that is, but might have to change out to a different barrel. Barrel's no good. I think it's pitted real bad in the center right here. I'm convinced that it's pitted. Yeah, still though, how long of a barrel are you going to be using, Lavi? And since you're going with 1.55 joules, definitely short stroke 4 teeth. And you're using an SHS, so I would probably do 3 on the release and 1 off, and then 1 on pickup, just because of where that tappet pin is located. Grab a different barrel. I'm going to try and find one at the same length. How long is that? 370, you're going to need it shorter. Especially with a 4-tooth stroke. You're going to want it, let's see, 365 is that, so roughly 330. You're going to need about 330 for 3.2s. That way you have enough air to push those 3.2s out when you go outdoors. Because you're going to be losing out on 4 teeth worth of stroke, of compression, I should say. Air volume compression. So this barrel is 262. I'm going to look at my bin of barrels. So that we're not putting a brand spanking new barrel on this thing. Put a better used one. I think I just found one. So a tiny bit longer. All these barrels are exactly the same. What the hell? What brand is this? I got 4 identical brass barrels. Sorry if this is loud, chat. I'm looking through my barrels. Is this another one? Yep. Or either the case, this barrel is definitely a lot better. Yeah, it doesn't have a pitting in the middle of it. So we'll just go with that. How long is this barrel? It's probably a 300. 282. I'm using a sport base as the build, so I can always use their gears if it's too fast. No, you're fine with the. If you already have the 13-1s, just do what you were saying. Just use the 7.4. Just don't use 11.1. The 7.4, it should hit about 28 rounds a second, rather than 38. That'll probably get. Because I know with the 39K, I've gotten 13-1s, 39K T238. I've gotten them to shoot 42 rounds a second. And the customers are like, yeah, I want that. I was like, oh crap, well, I'm going to have to short stroke it. Even more than ever before. I ended up having to short stroke that damn thing to down to 11 tooth sector gear. I have a short on my YouTube channel somewhere. You guys are curious about seeing what that looks like. Just grab this barrel. Yeah, it's a good thing you asked, Labby, so you don't blow up your gun from going too quick. Or, yeah. Did I get that stuff out? Nope. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to just go with this barrel. It's going to be better than the one that was in it. Are those batteries li-ion? Because you don't want to use li-ions with your build. Oh, that's great. Not a fan of these hot pots, but whatever. Oh, it's lipo. Oh, okay, good. Because when you said nunchucks, that's my immediate thought. I was like, uh-oh. I hope he's not using li-ion. Biggest concept on misconception in the airsoft industry, I swear to God. Oh, li-ions are great battery for airsoft guns. No, they're great for phones and radios. Not meant for high amperage demanding applications like airsoft guns and RCs. Why do you think there's no li-ions for RCs? Except for the stuff that runs like crap, like the Chinese made stuff. Li-ions are just horrible for airsoft guns. They're a bad idea to use in them. Especially in certain airsoft guns. They literally catch on fire. They can. if there's enough amperage pull with the lithium-ion battery, they will catch fire. Great, I gotta modify this hop-up arm. It's pretty engaging to hop up. So I gotta put this in my mill, so I'm gonna have to worry about that later. I'm running out of time for tonight, so right now I want to make sure the nozzle alignment is done. No, it is a SHS hop-up that looks like a Pro Win. I personally hate these hop-ups. They're utter trash. I mean, they're better than the old style hop-ups, but honestly, if you're gonna spend the money to get this guy, you might as well go buy a Crytek hop-up that will fucking fit. A Crytek hop-up is better than this damn thing. I would rather use a Crytek hop-up. You get better stability and retention on your barrel than you do with this piece of crap. But customer only wants this fixed, so that's what I'm doing. I'm just making sure it's fixed, and we're not doing any upgrades unless it's absolutely necessary. And in this case, it's not. Now I see a problem with this Daniel Defense grip. It's keeping the receiver from going down as far as it should. It's making this very difficult. Great. Okay, there we go. That worked. Where's my pliers? Putting the front pin in at the moment. Bear with me, guys. That's why you couldn't get it in all the way. That's what she said. Yeah, it's the damn Daniel Defense receiver. Or it's foregrip. I gotta put it in my mill now, and I gotta make a slit across here because it's hitting this loop here. Might just use 1801s and 11.1 if I was slightly bit faster, but not have to use a sub. I expect with 1801 36K. 25 to 30 rounds per second is where you should be there. I know for a fact with the 33K you hit 28, 30 rounds a second. One of the guys here mentioned that's what his hit, and I agree. 36K, it really depends on the brand and how they do their windings. So I'm gonna say at most 32 rounds a second, which is actually not bad. It's not hard to deal with. I'd say anything above 35 rounds a second is really hard to work with, or it can be really hard to work with. So I think you'd be fine. But like you said, worst case scenario, you just have to, God damn it, I gotta take this off. Yeah, I gotta take this. Yay, more work. I'm gonna have to charge the extra hours because in order for this receiver, I was wondering why the front pin wasn't going in all the way when I first got this damn thing. So I gotta take this off and modify this grip here, just so that this receiver goes back far enough for the body pin here, because this isn't factory. This is off of I'm not sure what brand. Or it could be just aftermarket, who knows. But it doesn't quite fit. All because this right here, I need to trim some metal off. Let's see. make sure you don't shim those bearings too tight, and make sure, and this is the most common problem mistake I see a lot of new people to teching do. They don't glue the bushings or bearings in, and the reason why I say that is because if you don't do that, then it's going to make it harder to shim, because most gearboxes, especially the SEMA gearboxes, the sport lines, those bushings or bearings will keep falling out unless you got some that are slightly oversized, but the chances of that is unlikely. So bear that in mind, and then if you do glue them in, be very careful if it's bearings, not to get the glue inside the races. And then when you shim bearings, make sure you don't shim to the point where it puts pressure on the inner race of the bearing, because if you do that, you'll blow out those bearings. Yeah, I totally get the looks. Sometimes you just gotta be observant of how parts fit. For the most part, I'd say this fits almost perfectly. It just needs a little bit of modding. So here in a second, I'm gonna put this in my mill, and I have to take this off. God damn it! This is the problem. This guy right here. I got trim metal off right here. I don't think this was tightened down, because I could feel it wobbling. Alright, I'm gonna go grab my AR wrench. See how tight this is. Oop. Lefty loosey, James, come on. Barely any effort. That was barely on there. It wasn't even tight. You know, they kept the... I don't think that's a Crytek barrel. Anyway, so I'm gonna go put this guy in my mill. So I'm going to trim off some material right here. Gearbox I'm building in has quick change spring. What brand? You don't want to do 13-to-1s on DSG. Stick to 18-to-1, also known as 9-to-1 DSG. Because you're going to learn a lot about tappet plate timing when it comes to DSG. Yeah, I suggest going into some forum searches or YouTube searches and learn about tappet plate timing. It's super important. Okay, I can't see the chat right now, guys, so because I'm over at my end mill. I'm going to modify this piece. If there's any loud screechy noises, I do apologize in advance. Nice. It sits nice and flat, so that I should be able to make a clean cut. Okay. Okay, so it's aluminum, so I gotta walk on it, not cut to it. Right? Oh, going the wrong way. And that's it. That's all, folks. All right, made the cut, and it looks nice and straight. Yeah, should have made the pass the other way. Damn it. Oh well. All right, guys. This is why I love doing CNC. Look at that. I made that little step there. So that way, this comes forward. You bring the receiver in. Let's see. This is what I'm going to do. Do this. Slide this on. I'm going to hold it by hand. Let's see how far this goes in. See if I need to cut off some more. And it looks like I do. I'm gonna go actually quite a bit more, I think. And I'm gonna run the front pin in and see where that lands. Where did I put that front pin? Oh, I gotta sip coffee about it. Just so you guys know, I can't speak your language. I want to know what you're talking about. I know English is hard, but don't leave me out. I feel lonely. Just kidding. I appreciate you guys coming into my stream. If you haven't already, make sure to hit that like button, and because it helps this video or this live stream get out to other people who that might be interested in what I'm doing here. Holy crap. Trying to get the front pin to go in. Maybe it wasn't that after all. Take this shim out. Oh wait, it won't fall out, so it's fine. If it's not one thing, it's the other. Be right back. What the hell is going on here? Huh. So I guess it wasn't the foregrip that was causing the issue. Something's not right about this. Poor fucking upper. This is a Crytek upper, so why are we having issues? Oh, I wonder if it's that. It's like some kind of adhesive? Maybe that's the problem. So there's some crap right here. I think that's what's causing the issue. Probably somebody putting something here for their magazine or something. Anyways, I'm peeling out whatever the heck that is off. So I think it's interfering with how the receiver goes on. I'm willing to bet. Alright. Yeah, I'll look at that here in a second to see if that's the thing. Okay, I think that's what it was, because now it looks lined up. This time I was able to just push that in with my thumb. See how close it is. Yeah, I think that was it. I just need to, because the metal's now a little deformed from beating on it. Yep, there it goes. It's going in. Yeah, that's what it was. Interesting. Just gotta realign this a little bit. I might have to file the metal a little bit. Yeah, went in this time. A little bit better. Somebody put material. Oh, never mind. Guess that didn't have anything to do with it, so that's weird. Tap this back out. Let's see. I'm gonna grab my flashlight and look to see if the gearbox is actually interfering. Gearbox is not even touching the upper. Yeah, I'm looking at the gaps here. So I'm touching up front. One thing I will point out is that the inside the holes here are mangled, so that's probably has something to do with it. I'm currently getting a pin out. There we go. Yeah, it should not be that freaking tight. Oh, interesting. These holes right here and here don't line up. Not quite, anyway. Oh, no, that's not it. Metal right here is deformed just enough, I think. It's not letting the pin drop straight down. Yeah, I think I'm right. I'm gonna go put this pin in my mill real quick. There. I had to deburr it. Let's see. Yep, there we go. Drops right in. I fixed it. Yeah, I think you're right, Pizza. I think the old pins were, but what I ended up doing was this flat edge right here. I cut material down, and now it just drops right in. So let's see how she fits now. Still fighting it a little bit. I mean, it's starting to go in without me having a hammer on it, but I really don't want to. I gotta look at this to see what the hell's going on. See, this drops down just fine. So the issue is, so when I put the pin in, it goes in and it hangs up on the far end lug. When I look in there, it looks pretty damn centered, so I think it's one of those situations where it's like right there and you just need to give it a little nudge. Now that because before I took it out last time, it was almost all the way in, and the thing that was stopping it was the flat edge here, so I'm gonna give that a shot. Welcome back, Prime Tech. Yeah, it looks like it was just binding up on some metal or something, because now it's sitting flush. Okay. Now I can see if this is gonna hit the dealy dad. Nope. Wait, yep. Just fucking barely. So I gotta go throw this in the mill one more time. Yeah, I'm gonna go throw this in the mill and then trim some more material off. Yes, it's the same build. We got the gearbox in here and it's all assembled. Selector plates calibrated, so everything's good to go. I'm dealing with this guy right here so that the receiver and his pin goes in. And I found rusted up Crytek pins for this Crytek because they had some shitty ones in there that kept falling out. So that's where we're at right now. Dum, 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 dum. Took a bit off another half millimeter of material. So let's see how this fits now. So I made this gap, or this drop off a bit deeper, so hopefully that works. Oh, yep. It's no longer touching the receiver. So the problem is that this edge right here was hitting here on these little lugs here. So I wanted to sit. I'm gonna exaggerate this to show you what I'm talking about. Wanted to do this because it was hitting this. Yeah, I already had it on there, and I'm just making it fit better because it wasn't done right. So now we're gonna oh wow, that's actually the wrong size. Oh, I'm just being dumb. Don't be stupid. So then this guy goes on there. This goes on there. And then this goes on here. And we screw it down. Hell yeah. No, you stay there. Yeah, unfortunately there's nothing for it to lock onto, so that kind of sucks. Okay, so didn't need to put that washer there. Yeah, and the barrel nut was barely tightened, so it's funny, every time I see some aftermarket foregrips on these, I can tell it's not done with a AR wrench, because well, this one for example was loose. It was loosey goosey. And I'm gonna have to turn it back a little bit. Yeah, there's nothing for this thing to lock onto, so I can't. It's gonna be an eyeballing it situation. Where's my soft hammer? There it is. Yeah, I guess I tightened it down a little too tight because it cannot adjust it. Oh, I guess I don't know my own strength. Jesus. I tightened that down good. Ow! Best way to do this. Hamburger. Yeah, I think I got it. Yeah, it looks pretty even. Looking right here. Yeah. Let's see if she moves when I tighten it. Okay, she didn't move. Sweet. Didn't move at all. Yeah, it looks like it's going to line up good. So set that over there. Over here. Do a little swingy dinging. Start putting these screws in. Wait, is there shorter ones? And that's the bummer part. Yeah, it looks pretty damn close. Can't get any better than that. So what's with all these Daniel Defense rifles becoming so popular? Anybody know? Because I get so many of them across my bench with this design. This is a Franken build from a customer. It's a combination of a G&G gearbox, Crytek body, and an unknown brand of Mark 18 foregrip, and then a stubby stock. This is sporting the now 13:1 gear ratio. With a 22 TPA motor that I suspect that's in it. And I had to modify the foregrip right here because it was hitting the body here, so you weren't able to put the pin in all the way down. So that's where I'm at right now, and now I gotta knock the pin back out. Inside the bore here, the metal is all mangled, so I have to use a punch because because of how much it's been mangled, the metal just kind of like came in a little bit like this on one side and on the center part of the receiver here. Where's my? Oh, there it is. So I'm gonna go off camera for a sec and get that pin out if I can find my damn hammer. Don't need the AR wrench anymore. Oh yeah, that pin comes out way better now. Okay, now we can finally check the freaking nozzle alignment. Which is why I didn't put the grip on yet, because the stock pulls back the gearbox, and I've got a feeling I have to shim the gearbox behind the gearbox just a little bit so it doesn't tilt all the way back, and I have shims for that. And we might have to do that, and so right now I'm going to test nozzle alignment. Okay, so that's good. So my nozzle's all the way forward and all that good stuff. Okay, so I didn't have to hit it. I didn't have to hit that pin in nowhere near as hard as before, so which tells me that I was right about this and then some other things. Okay, so I'm going to grab my flashlight, look down the barrel, and see how the nozzle alignment is. Yep, I was correct. The nozzle is pointing way up. So I have to shim the gearbox to aim back down. So right now what's going on is this stock, the screw, as I screw it in and tighten it, the gearbox is doing this. And it's pointing upwards. And I know this because when I shine a light down the barrel, let's say this is the nozzle and this is the bore of the barrel. The nozzle is doing this. It's way up here. It needs to be centered. And it's way up here. That's going to cause FPS issues like you wouldn't believe. Which makes sense why this rifle was getting 200 FPS on the chrono. So, what I'm going to do is... Where are they at? I got these nice little shims here that I will glue to the back of the receiver to fill in that gap so that when you run the screw in, the gearbox doesn't tilt back. It just stays right where it is. So I got these from Amazon. They got 0.1, 0.3, and 0.5 and 0.2. So basically literal shims, and these are the same size as the front of a cylinder head. Because initially I was using these to shim a cylinder heads against the lugs inside the gearbox so they didn't move up or down when you wiggle the nozzles to keep the nozzle stabilized. But instead, now I got shims for nozzle alignment. Yeah, I would say this is definitely not that brand because I can't pronounce that. That's why I'm saying it out loud. But I've seen them, and they are nicer. Stick this right here. Clean up a little bit. Whoops. Oh. Okay. You're probably cutting out under load. It depends. If you're applying too much load to the motor will shut off on its own. And it also depends on the brand. But typically these manufacturers put safeguards in them so that they shut off if you're applying too much load to them. What spring and gear ratio you're running in your airsoft gun, bud? I might be able to help you out. It's not long enough. Damn it. Using 13-1 and a SP120. Is it short stroked? And what is the speed of the motor? And how high do you have the active braking on that pay run, if any? You know, ironically enough, Grig, I'm just gonna call you Grig or Marius. I found that using some active braking solves a lot of overspin issues. It's still some brushless motors don't do it as well as others. Like a Warhead, for example, has pretty decent, I want to say, decent active braking, but I still find myself increasing active braking to prevent overspin of doing high-speed builds. But I no longer use Warhead motors anymore. T238 or Solink is the only motors I use nowadays. Too many QC issues with the Warhead motors, because they're hit or miss. Sometimes you get a Warhead motor that it's perfectly fine and you never have a single issue with it. Some will fail the moment that you pull the trigger. I've had a couple do that. I even know a guy that analyzed the electronics they use in their motors, and it wasn't appealing when he said that the MOSFETs they have in their motors are one of the lowest qualities you can possibly buy. So apparently, I don't know if they get it for a grain of salt, but apparently Warhead uses one of the cheapest MOSFETs for their warheads that you can find. And T238 isn't any better, but I mean they are a little bit better, but every manufacturer is gonna nickel and dime their product. You know what I mean? Short stroke 2 teeth, and I've tried. So 39K. That sucker's PMAing. If you're gonna use the 39K, that's 40 plus rounds a second on an SSG. That thing should be 11 tooth. So I guarantee you, the reason why it's shutting down is because you're running into premature engagement. So, yeah. His name is on Facebook. I'm trying to remember his name. Because he does such a great detailed review on every brushless motor that's came out except for the Solink motors to date. But anyways, I digress. Sago, that's more than likely your problem. You don't have it short stroked enough for that speed of a motor. 39K, like I said, with 13:1, I've done it before. Got 400 FPS or 1.5 joules, however you want to put it. I did it with a M130 spring and with spring spacers, and I had to short stroke the sector down to 11 tooth. I made a video about it, or a YouTube short about it. So I'm rolling to bet that's why it's cutting off, is because the PME, premature engagement, it's trying to lock up the gears and or it's creating a massive amount of load, so your motor's basically going fail-safe mode. Yes. Again, you don't have it short-stroked enough. It's locking up halfway through is because you got a high amperage, or you got 13:1 gears, which require a lot of torque, and you got an SP120, so you're adding even more torque requirement for that brushless motor. So you're exceeding its threshold. If you short stroke it by and down to 11 teeth, I almost guarantee you it'll stop, because it doesn't have to pull the spring as far back as it used to. The SP120, that's a pretty strong spring for a 13:1 gears. So I recommend short stroking that sector gear if you're running that 39K. The 35K Solink, Is it the advanced or is it their budget friendly one? Yeah, that 35K would still get 35, 38 rounds a second. Two teeth short stroke is definitely not enough. I built many guns and I've learned a lot. I do this for a living, buddy, and I'm telling you, it's premature engagement. Yes, a T238, or the price that you pay for on a T238 is way better than a Warhead, even their budget-friendly ones. Anyways, so I was gonna figure out how far I need to shim this. Super distracted right now. But yeah, give that a shot, Sago. Depending on how you have it short stroke, that would short stroke it another 3 teeth. And then put spring spacers in to make up the amount of teeth you're taking off, so that you get some of that FPS back. Wait, I already have the bag open. Pretty sure it's not much. It's gonna probably be some trial and error here. Flashlight, where's that at? That's because the 35K is a slower motor, so the likelihood of PME is unlikely with a 2T stroke, but it's probably really damn close to premature engagement with that 35K. I always do 3 just as a precaution, mainly because if you have a jam, the time of that piston getting picked up by sector gear is so close that if you have even the smallest jam, that gun's going to premature engage. But with the 360, with that amount of rate of fire, I would not be using a sorbo pad. Instead, what you should be doing instead of a sorbo pad is putting a washer between your piston head and your piston head and your piston, and it's simply because that amount of stress is going to blow out that sorbo pad, and then you're going to have problems all over again. I've been down this road before a couple times. So sorbo pads are ideally more used for DMRs, but even then you could still have the same effect of a sorbo pad of being shooting quietly if you volume correctly. So yeah. I think that's going to be a 0.3. Yeah, believe it or not, shimming the gearbox shell on into the receiver is the thing. Actually, this is 0.5. I have to stand it up. Okay, maybe that 0.5 is too much. Nope, it's not. Yeah, well, the front pin goes in. Yeah, that's what you want. When you put your front and rear pin in, and if your gearbox doesn't move back and forth at all, you nailed it. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna double check this. It's very similar to shimming a gearbox, but I'm literally just shimming the gearbox to the shell. All because of nozzle alignment. it's pointed up too high once I once I put the stock on. So where's my punch? Yeah, doesn't even move once this pin's in. Yeah, before it was wiggling around, and now it's not. And other ways to know that you got the right amount of shimming from the back of the gearbox to the shell is that your pin's going nice and easy, just the way that they did last time. So it's, I actually ended up grabbing a 0.5 millimeter thickness shim here. So put the screw in, and then we'll check nozzle alignment again. Got to put the stock back on. Yay, hooray! If your nozzle alignment isn't correct on your airsoft gun, your FPS is going to be garbage. It's not letting the nozzle seat properly, and it's going to leak out all that compression from the piston. So if you ever Frankenstein an airsoft gun together, or you installing parts that on an airsoft gun you never installed before, it's definitely something worth checking. Always in this instance, check your nozzle alignment, especially if you're having FPS issues. Believe it or not, nozzle alignment makes up a lot of the FPS issues that a lot of people encounter, including myself. So once I see an FPS go over the place on the chrono, first thing I check, is this nozzle long enough? Is the bucking ellipse conditions good? And most of all, how's the nozzle alignment? Yeah, yeah, thanks for watching the videos, Sago. You guys, if it weren't for you guys, I wouldn't be as inspired as I am these days. I love sharing knowledge and share what I know, so you guys don't have to go through the headaches that I've gone through to get to this point. Because like I said, I've been there. It's not fun. I'm using a Sorbo more for stress relief on an AOE than AOE, but I'll look into that. If you air volume ratio for whatever BB you're using, you can actually use the BB itself in the weight, especially like 4.0s and above, as an air cushion. Come on. There we go. By nozzle alignment, do you mean up and down, or how far it was going into a hop up? So let's say this is your nozzle. This is your bucking, or your barrel. Nozzle alignment means left, right, up, and down. If your when you look down the shine a light down the barrel, like let's say I got the flashlight. Got the flashlight and I'm shining down the barrel. If my nozzle is pointed up, like it should be centered, dead center, left, right, up, and down, it should be dead center. Dead center is going to give you that 1 FPS difference, no matter what nozzle you use, even if it's a shit nozzle. If your nozzle alignment is not correct, you're going to have garbage FPS. But anyways, in this rifle, I put that shim here is because when I tied the screw in, it pulls the gearbox back and it makes the nozzle point upwards. By putting that shim in, it's keeping it from getting pulling the gearbox back like this, so it stays centered. So when I tie that screw in, it stays right where it's at. Because if I don't, like I said, it makes the nozzle do this, point upwards, and so it's going to hit the top portion of the bucking lips and not seal all the way. Now if it's side to side, like if it's over to the left too much, that's when you use some sort of a shimming method to push the gearbox one way or the other to align your nozzle. That's why I try to keep, when you keep brands the same when it comes to, like, for example, this Crytek. If this was a Crytek gearbox, I would not have to worry about nozzle alignment because that is fitted to this receiver. However, we got a G&G gearbox and a Crytek receiver, so we're going to run into nozzle alignment issues. So if you guys ever work on an airsoft gun with a different brand receiver to the gearbox, like this for example, expect nozzle alignment issues. Always check that. Just curious, since I haven't really done anything about this online. What is your own experience? What spring is equivalent to an SP120 in terms of strength? SP, I don't use SP springs, so I can't tell you for sure. I'd have to ask a buddy of mine because I only use the M springs because that's what I'm familiar with. And even then, I have a literal spring puller to test the tension. So when I see like an M120, I'm like, okay, that's actually a 14.5 pound springs. So when it's pulled X amount of distance, it weighs that much. So for me to tell you, to answer your question, I don't know for sure, because I've seen so many different springs and I've weighed so many different springs back and forth that I only go off of how much how much weight they pull, and I just use the number as a reference. And another thing to keep in mind, that different brands, like for example, a great example of this is Matrix M120 and a SHS M120 Chrome, the Chrome springs. The Chrome spring M120 is going to be a couple pounds heavier than the Matrix, which means that, and I've tested this, the SHS spring is going to create more FPS simply because it's a heavier spring. So what I'm getting at is that the numbers is just a reference. So to my understanding, the SP120 should get you about 430, 450 FPS if that's with no short stroking whatsoever. No short stroking, and your compression's perfect. So if you were to put in a gun that you don't need a short stroke at all, you use the full stroke of the piston and there's no sorbo pads, you have the voluming perfect and you're using 0.2s, that's what you can expect. So it's just a reference point. I hope that helps. But yeah, I take those numbers as a grain of salt. I just use it as a reference point. That's all I do. I used to, but not anymore because I ran into that issue, like I said, with the different brands being different weights. Yeah, I found that out. And I was like, huh, did not know that. Oh, in fact, the nozzle's still pointing upwards. I blame the choice of gearbox for this thing. I'm going to loosen up the stock and see if it goes back down. Because I'm seeing if the screw, the stock is causing the issue, because 90% of the time it is. Nope. So now I got to figure out how to get that nozzle to point more downwards. It could be the cylinder head. We're still going to run into FPS issues. This nozzle is pointing up just a little bit too much. Yeah. I almost guarantee you if I swap out the gearbox to a Crytek gearbox, maybe it's the hop up. The hop up could be bad bad alignment. And there's one easy way to test that. I'm gonna go grab a literal Crytek hop up and try it. the hop up that should have been in this thing that I would have used instead of a stinking junk SHS or Pro and hop up. So I'm going to set that over here. And I'll be right back, guys. Drink some coffee. Look at a bunch of used ones. Oh, nope. These are brand new. Okay. Crytek hop up and Crytek. Ironically enough, this is going to be a better hop up than this piece of crap. Probably use this though. This little sheath ray thing right here. The barrel stabilizer, because it goes on real tight with the barrel, and that's, you want that. And if it fits tight on the hop up, then that's even better. That's going to create tighter groupings. Oh, that went on so smooth. Oh yeah, that snapped in so... That's way more secure than that piece of crap. Yeah, now I'm just really curious if this is gonna... center better. So I wouldn't be surprised if the molding process on this guy, if it made the barrel point upwards. Another thing to consider is if you have aftermarket outer barrels, sometimes they'll go in and they'll make your barrel point upwards or downwards and screw up your nozzle alignment. So there's that to consider. And I don't think that barrel on the upper is factory. It might not. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, PrimeTech. I will say though that I'm willing to bet this receiver and everything else was in a parts bin, and they just threw it together. I totally get that, man. Welcome back, PrimeTech. No, I really like hearing you guys' opinions and whatnot, because sometimes there are things that I haven't thought of, and you guys, when you ask me questions and stuff, and gets my gears turning, making me approach problems in a different perspective, or I just straight up like answering questions. It's fun. So every time I put this pin in, it gets easier and easier. Which tells me that it was just the metal was mangled. Alright, so I'm going to check the nozzle alignment and see if it's better. Yeah, I think this was a parts bin gun. Yeah, it actually got a little bit better. Let's see if I point. Yeah, I think the barrel's bent. The outer barrel. Maybe. You know, another thing to consider is that it could be the cylinder head. But you know what I'm going to do, guys? I'm just going to throw the grip on and see what kind of FPS it gets. It should be in the neighborhood of 360 to 400 FPS. So being that I gotta close up here in about 15 minutes, I'm gonna just go and throw the grip in and then the mag release and chrono it, just to see. Because why not? Right now, I've done what I could to ensure that the nozzle doesn't point up too high, and now I'm starting to think it's the cylinder head. The cylinder head stem's probably bent one way or the other. I've seen it happen. So that's something to consider if you're having nozzle alignment issues and you think you've tried everything. That's something to think about. I heard this concept about ported cylinders a while back, which is that they can increase FPS if you pull the spring past the port, and since the piston would not be really faster once compression started. You know, I haven't thoroughly tested that, but out of all the airsoft guns I've ever worked on, I've never noticed a difference. If anything, I've seen an FPS drop. Because another thing you got to consider is that when you port a cylinder, you're losing that amount of compression room, so it really depends on how long your barrel is. So if your barrel is like this short, you'll want, depending on the weight of BB you're using, you'll want a port somewhere on your cylinder. So and the reason being is that if it was a full cylinder and your barrel is this long from here to here, you'd waste so much air. There'll be excess air going out the barrel. So what ends up happening, if you think about it, your piston's traveling and it's under pressure. It's pressurizing that barrel between the piston head and the BB. And the BB, when that BB exits the barrel, that piston speeds up and finishes off its stroke. So when you port, you give it a head start. And then once it hits that cylinder, goes past that port, that BB starts to accelerate, and it keeps that piston under pressure. And then once your BB exits the barrel, it should be at the end of its stroke. That's something that you have to consider and do math on. And there's ways to do it, but I won't get into that because it's a long discussion about porting and to the proper properly porting your cylinder to the whatever weight BB you're using according to how long your barrel is. It gets super complicated. But anyways, so that may be true, but in order to know that for sure, you got to know how long of a barrel you need to what port, where your port position is to get that effect. Because if your barrel's too long, you're actually going to lose your lose FPS, because you're going to run out of air compression in your barrel from your piston traveling before the BB exits the barrel. So when your piston finishes its stroke and that BB's still in the barrel, it's going to start pulling back and it's going to tug on that. It's going to tug on that BB when it's pulling back, because when the piston pulls back, it pulls a little bit of vacuum, and so sometimes a lot, and your FPS just goes all over the place. Oh God. Yeah. I'd love to. I mean, I kind of do and I kind of don't, because that's honestly, that's not a bad idea now that I think about it, because that's that's information that a lot of people need to know, and it'd be a learning experience for me, because that'll force me to experiment with what port should work with this barrel with what weight BB. That's literally how complicated that is. You got to figure out what ratio that you're targeting for what weight BB, and that will determine how long of a barrel you use and if you need to port or not. A lot of people think that you could just throw a different barrel in and say, oh yeah, it's makes my airsoft gun shoot better. It's actually a bit more complicated than that. And that's how I make airsoft guns shoot with a foot gripping at 250 feet away. Because I have a decent grasp on that. But yeah, let's see. You're referring to cylinder and inner barrel ratio. That is correct. Yes, that's exactly what determines how accurate. Well, that's part of the equation that determines how accurate your airsoft gun is. Because if you're pushing too much air, you're gonna get worse FPS, or not FPS, worse accuracy. Because the excess air, what's going to happen is it's going to deflect your BB. Now, in certain applications, you want that. Well, actually, I can't think of any application that you want excess air, unless you're using a wide bore barrel. But that's a thing of the past, because now you can fine tune things, so you don't need to use a wide bore barrel. It's more efficient to use a tight bore barrel like a 601, because less air is required to push BB out the barrel, if that makes any sense. I'm lining these wires wrong. The best DMR built to date is a HPA Crithera AUG. Literal, I'm not exaggerating this, literal foot groupings at 250 feet away. Using a Edge 509mm brass barrel. Why brass? Because it vibrates less than steel. When you're trying to hit groupings that fucking far away, you gotta take a lot of things in consideration. And now that's also using 0.48 gram BBs at 2.4 joules, which is the maximum limit that field, that individual got to use that gun at. And from his experience using that Kythera AUG build, which was a bitch to build, by the way, not as bad as the MP7, but it was still pretty bad. I wish I did a YouTube video on it, but it was a learning lesson for me, so I really couldn't, because I didn't have a plan. But anyways, every single person he saw shot once, nailed him. That's how crazy that thing was. What's the biggest cause for gearbox breaking? Let's see. The biggest cause: metal piston head with metal cylinder head with an extremely hard rubber pad and no radiusing, and using the strongest spring you possibly can with the fastest gears you can, like a DSG. That puts so much stress on the front of the gearbox that it'll snap the front of it off. So there is a video out there of tests. I saw one out there a while ago. Yeah, I can't say if I've ever seen it. Anyway, let's see if this little 1000 will run this guy. Alright. So I'm testing gear meshing to see how it sounds, and I got a feeling I'm gonna back off the motor just in case. Just by a quarter turn. Alright, here we go. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Barely hear the gears, so I'm gonna run this in a little bit. So if you're hearing that twang, it's the spring in there, I'm pretty sure. That's the only spring that I'm aware of that would reverberate like that. And it's probably because the spring guide is just too damn skinny to keep it from vibrating. So if we had pre-cocking, it'd probably go away. But anyways, like I said, we're gonna chrono this thing. It sounds really good right now. Yeah, I should just break a gearbox like that just for funsies. Alright guys, there's no rubber pad on the cylinder head, and this thing is rated to shoot 40 rounds a second with an M150 spring, and I'm just gonna mag dump it and see what happens. That'll be the ultimate test for the gearbox shell. Be like, how strong is this gearbox shell? Well, here's one way to test it. Grab a Retro Arms gearbox. Alright, let's see how much amperage this guy's pulling. So I have no idea how much amperage this guy's pulling, but with how it sounds, I think it's pulling about 20 amps. I'm gonna say 20 amps max, which is pretty close to OEM. Okay, 21.3. I was close. This is pulling 21.3 amps, so that's well within what this battery can handle. That's almost max, actually. I think the battery can handle, let's see, it's a 3060C, but I take that with a grain of salt. I go with the smaller number, 30C, 1000 milliamp hour. I want to say that's 25, 28 amps maximum that you want to pull out of this, and we're pulling 21.3, so that's within parameters, so it should be fine. Yep, it's on full auto. So the one issue that I was having with this guy, that full auto kept falling out, and it's not anymore. Yeah, sounds really good. Alright, let's see what kind of FPS it gets. Well, battery's not even warming up at all. So that's a really good sign that the gearbox is shimmed really good. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go fill up a Banff mag. I wonder if that will even really fit. Oh yeah, fits like a dream. So this is my ultimate test magazine. I use these magazines in almost any gun because they have the terrible feed rate, and if I can get a gun to feed with these magazines, I know I've done good. Alright, so I got 2 O's in this thing, and I'm going to go to the chrono and let you guys know. Oh yeah. 288 FPS. We're getting a 288 average. Let's see how consistent it is. So, yeah, I'm scrolling down right now. So the highest was 389.7 and the lowest was a 385, and that was amongst, how many rounds was that? 13 shots on semi. And most of the shots were right around 388 consistently. So it's about 2 FPS difference, so I think the nozzle alignment's fine. I'm gonna go top off this magazine and go try full auto and see how well it feeds in full auto. Because if this mag can feed it, any mag can. I'm reading your message, Sago. This Sago? I think I pronounced that right. Let me know if I didn't. So 380, 603 full sun with 3.6 is a good ratio. Yeah, I would say so. If you want to get better seal behind the BB, go to 601 if you're trying to do a DMR. But yeah, that should be fine, and it should be easily shoot those 3.6s. For reference, actually 380. I use 365 millimeter, 601 by 365 millimeter for 363. Excuse me, for 4 O's. So a 380, I think you'll be fine. You want to consider 10%. Wow, brain fart. Oh, about to call it a day. Go back to the length. But yeah, let's see. I actually have a. So 603 365 length gets you a 2.63 ratio for 4 gram BBs. So with that being said, at 280 or 380 603, you should be fine. Should be perfectly fine. As a matter of fact, you might be pushing a little bit too much air. A little too much. But you probably won't notice a difference. Anyways, I'm going to do a check full auto on this guy. Mag drop. Oh, weird. Yeah, mag release doesn't hold the mag very well. Yeah, FPS is dropped down by 2 in full auto, and I think that it might have seated differently. Let's check. So it's getting about 22 rounds per second. And the FPS went back up to 387. Yeah, I think stuff is just seating. But yeah, I think it's good to go. It sounds pretty decent. Considering the fact that the gears aren't the prettiest. So, well, I think I'm going to call it, guys. If you guys have any other questions or need to ask me for anything later, I am on Discord actively, so you can get a hold of me there. But other than that, I'm going to take off. Thanks for watching. Really appreciate the support, and I'll see you guys on the next stream or in my videos. Bye.